อ Braid's a puzzle game. It's
Yep.
not an action game,
Right.
as you just said. Decided early on, Braid's a puzzle game. It's
Yep.
not an action game.
Right.
This is an example. This is an example of in the commentary menu. Time to time, using view as much. This is an example of developer commentary. We want to give you as much freedom as possible so you can noodle around and play the game while commentary is active. You can enable and disable subtitles in the commentary menu or using this switch up here. You can stop commentary at any time by reactivating this commentary node or through the menu. From time to time, we show recordings of gameplay in order to illustrate the conversation. By default, these appear up in the corner of the screen, but if you desire, you can toggle them to full screen to see things better. When you do that, the game is paused. You can shrink the recording again to resume your own gameplay. We just did this automatically, but we'll let this recording go on for a while so you can try maximizing and minimizing for yourself. Often there will be for a while so you can try maximizing and minimizing for yourself. Often there will be illustrations which are treated the same way. You can maximize them for best visibility or minimize them if you just want to play the game. When a commentary is done and you go on to the next one, the new illustrations appear in whichever mode you left the last commentary, maximized or minimized. The initial motivation for this puzzle began with the vision of things being rewound very quickly. And in this game, the objects beside the player that can move of their own accord are usually hostile. They're bullets, they're monsters, rabbits, and whatnot. And so the image is of a bunch of these flying around as you rewind very quickly. Strange. And it just time as a level exception.
That he was unable to complete one of the monster hunts.
And horde. So here, why did our accept? Braid is often pretty good in order to design puzzles or how to address this information. The most impactful hidden variable is that each cannon that fires monsters has a limit. This matters a lot if the cannon. Another major indicator of which behavior a monster has time. This behavior, you could see the edge of the ledge, stuff done. Braid starts up directly to this screen, and the music for this level is the first thing that players hear. Mood and feel I wanted the game to have feel professional, corporate, in a corporate video game called the Dirty Three, that all the bad seeds were game to have. In addition, it's a real to change standstick under around the wasn't they could good mutually embody in a could move and was such a licensing. Aesthetically, in the game, right? I'm going into it. I'm saying this is an art game. Mm-hmm. What does that mean? What do I want to bring to this game that hasn't been seen or isn't being done or that is atypical of other games? And there were a lot of different dress every individual pixel depending on a year when where there's little monsters on the top HUD, and as you jump on their head, they get X'd out, right? Both the individual model, where a lot of people would just go do that, bam, done, right? But 5 or however many, it might be 6, actually. But however many monsters there are, okay, bam, 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 bam. Yeah. Now, okay, so let's say there has been good video game music, but there are different kinds of good. Now, okay, so let's you become. Often it's about just carves home secret,
right, and right. Means the same. I'm designing the right,
and then go all. Now, okay, so you listen to me think
let's talk about being that
and one of touch. And so, for example, you mentioned jump sounds. The jump sound pushing off the ground made this lens, and I want to. So now when it comes to music, game, well, you might just give you a little bit, and it doesn't really provide mood anymore either, because it's just, you know what this thing is, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, what did I want the music to be? There's lots of examples of what don't I want. That doesn't solve what the game should be. So what did I want? Well, I knew I wanted this game to be a professional, polished game or product in general. There's an emotional hygiene that comes along with that, in the sense that there are ways that it's proper to be when expressing things in the game, and there's ways that it's not really proper.
Can you give an example?
And that's subtle. I'm thinking of like straw man examples that maybe aren't going to be that informative. But instead of proper, let's pivot for a second to personal versus non-nos, right? And usually those are fake, right?
So
why? Because we've decided that there's this thing that these games should do, and it should
So let's use BioShock as an example.
It's been a long time since I played that.
But the creator had personal things.
BioShock is more personal than most games.
Yeah.
Okay. It is unusual. That is why he is.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what it's come to me.
I don't know. And in fact, but I felt that games were simple, like Lauren, a lot of I don't think that
the indie game revolution.
I'm a little too close to it.
Team.
Yeah. Yeah. And in fact, I would effectively. Anyway, so when the stuff. So one of the things about the game, we've already said, wanted to feel kind of painterly, kind of out a bit matters, and you just draw those.
Yes.
I was doing. We've discussed the individual monsters that walk around of many having a same example in the memory differently to one particular content to notice some difference. In cloud screens, the storybooks and podiums do have different variations. The doors don't, but the number counter that gets placed above them does. My very first consumed anecdote would complete so long and it take a little time for to the so there's reversible cores and make. At the very first level, do it.
You mean
Form within
alpha build?
Yeah.
Okay.
cross.
Right.
And
right.
like the platformer, but like my plan, you should.
Yeah.
One problem that I see sometimes with Hunt. But there's a monster here on the platform. This monster, as it walks over to the right, reasons explained here. Here's to a World 4 version of come anywhere. Here, we show various versions of the key passing. This is the version of the puzzle that's present in the released game, but this is the first version of the key passing puzzle that I thought of and implemented in the game. It's simple, and it doesn't. Here's a version of key passing where you can give the key to a monster who takes it through the tunnel for you. This is less. Here is a simplified version of the level in of experience with how they work, so it's more difficult to think through that, though we in the industry, because otherwise rely on this old habit a bit too much. Happens once or twice, it feels place is just the mental, without obscuring it by putting were as easy as we show the cool thing, the illusion. I didn't do much of this in Braid, and this level works because the ring speed,
So you have speed run.
Not just in game,
Do you ever
and if so, remember you slide the to come out. I've said elsewhere that Braid was designed mostly not to be an action game, and formative game for me. As a teenager, the best went to make Braid.
I'm looking at the original screenshot of the firsts that I adapted. They're just sort of moving with. I mean, progress to the right case just kind of felt a little bit very ahead. Scene. I think I had kind of silhouette space with a kind of abstract expressionist background, and that the colors would become familiar, yellows and oranges with these floating lights, and then maybe you fall off the end of a ladder into a space with the blue.
You know, I look at this image and yeah, I think the obvious
And it was concerned about that ambiguous product
strike,
which had of like play on. Oh.
I had an idea. The designer. So, collectively. A different example of a pattern break that's a lot more subtle in this game is well, the epilogue that you get to at the end, right? Even the final level before the epilogue is pretty different from what else happens in the game.
Right.
That acts as a break rules that were constant. And then in the epilogue, you can just like walk behind stuff
Okay.
all of a sudden, right?
Okay.
And I don't know that that's something that players will consciously get, but it's different from what's happening, right?
Okay.
There is stuff to play in the epilogue involving the story, right, and game mechanical items, which heretofore have never been in the same place at the same time, right? So that's like a pattern disruption or a convolution of what had been established already. The thing that you do for those or what you get for interacting with them is a different class of thing, right? And again, I don't want to go too much into it, but it's different. So I'm breaking the pattern established by the game up to that point, but I'm not in danger of disrupting the game because this is a tiny part at the end, right?
So there's
To me, just the nuts was in a movie ending. It's to like new summer. It's
in order to make the resolution much effort went into the remaster. In the original game, one thing we experienced downstream was
The sound of the ring always sounded a bit strange to us in the original game. it had this small whistle to it that made it goes rapidly down or up, and thereby also sound playback speed, which gives this very fast pitch bend that sounds like a small whistle. The actual sound effect of the ring in real time, I mean the original sound effect, sounds like this when you drop the ring and like this when you take the ring. We felt that this clean pitch ringing sound corresponded better with a time manipulating gold ring than the whistle glitch did. But again, we didn't want to change the actual behavior of the playback system. So it took a great amount of trial and error to create a sound effect that played well under these strange time speed circumstances. The simplest way to achieve it was to introduce a very small delay in the sound effect itself, so the clean ringing waits until time speed has settled, so we introduced a non-tonal and the feel of how much the time is. So why is that? First, the ambient sounds, and the second reason is we tried it, but it didn't sound very good. Obviously, in the original game, there wasn't any.
In World 6, the notion of remastering dagger between the suffering when
What I would do was very simple shape, or maybe like a little bit of texture. One brush, painting.
Did you go back to
Actually, I did the new. Yeah, I think right away, this with respect from the HD version, decision making, like thinking and original until you give direct is true throughout. So it's recognizably this, but we definitely wanted to own the HD here. You might not, but there's some new live. There's some the Pursue game there. It's recognizably like the same. I think if you were just shown the faithful version, you might not making its new original create compared to ideas. It's not true. It's a game that some recognizing change like this, but scene. I think we definitely were just shown the HD version, not making like think and original until you can correctly idea. That's not about the game. It's recognizably changes this, but scene. I think if you were just shown the HD version, but there's some new until you. We did find some new way where you receive painted nature of themselves across
being created
things. That's a new effect
today.
Yeah, I
suggest in the
we had the chance to more just in like the larger brush stroke. It's a play idea.
You know, I look at this image.
Truth, it was fun, and I was just thinking throughout the
sort of
that for like the first aspect.
Talk to me about laying out for running around.
Could have been quite large there, the mall, and it's also including each room in the house, and this is the only room that's illuminated when you green highlight as animating up a mess.
There is sort of another section to the house, which is
throughout the game you can climb up the ladder part of the way and see the attic, and sure if you stick view of the city when you're in the attic, which is of course very fiery. Each room in the house, and maybe in the second room, which is for World, and it feels like a child's room. There's a kite. There's a
So we're looking,
which lands are in ultimately the version of the game that John showed me when I joined the project. He wanted clouds. We had a kind of fun digression into some alternatives that onto cloud. The version of the game that John appreciated that he was very open to me. He wanted clouds. We had a kind of fun digression into some alternatives that didn't work ultimately, but it was, I appreciated that he was very open to me trying things out.
So yeah, I mean, you went through some iteration. You wanted these screens to sort of be
to differentiate them. And I think that's cool. I don't remember why we didn't do it. It might have been terrific. Make it with this part also got a lot of attention. Art, that central column dividing the two halves of the stretching the premise of this, and correct in the new version, a couple cases where you can. In the original art, that central column dividing the two halves of the pit is kind of haphazardly constructed from a lot of things I already had. And there are even a couple cases where you can see the seams because they really don't fit too well. It was really kind of stretching the premise of this collage approach. In the new version, I've painted it all as one piece and also painted unique backdrop rather than reusing foreground assets for the backdrop, and corrected or changed the lighting, so the cave is actually dark in the background, so we have a more consistent use of value, which I think is more legible and creates a better sense of an interior space versus the outside.
Well, in general, I'm seeing a lot more contrast in this remaster.
Yeah, I mean, legibility is really important, and we worked on that in Braid, but I think I have a better grasp now of value. It goes behind the foreground along its edge so that it just stands out better. Well, this guy is called the claw, but it's a plant. Another one that looks a lot like Edmund's design, especially in the eye. I think you can really see it, but you're familiar. It's Edmund's character. But I like this part. I like jumping down the big pit. And it's a good place to appreciate some of the new animation transitions, and he does some kind of like he lands, he kind of then you can just, you want to be firm.
So in a wheelchair.
Don't other cases, so please appreciate those. That's dinosaur is another creature created by Edmund McMillan. I feel it's very much his design, and it's a very good one. I think I did the animations because I found different versions of the animations that I'd clearly done. So either I was testing alternatives or I did all his animations. Or maybe Edmund did the idle and I did the walk or the talk. I'm not sure. But the design is certainly Edmund's. I did try like variations on this guy, giving him a vest and other stuff, like, or a beard, but the simpler approach worked the best. He's clearly like a stuffed animal dinosaur. Here's a level where we didn't try to reinvent the wheel. You'd make the existing artworks down and pulling at some more different second single cut where we didn't now cut out now is you look at not exist different works broken into at some more different speed. I remember doing the layout after the last spike pit is broken into a lot more parallax layers as you go back and forth. This is the longest stage in the game. Tim runs for quite a while here. From the beginning to the end, you see more and more of these unusual, weird plants until they're totally covering the ground. You might miss it at first because there's so much around you to distract you. I mean, first of all, you're being attacked by vicious rabbits, and then you've got the cannons to contend with, so you're very busy. Meanwhile, in the background, you are treated to this view of the distant hills and like the ominous clouds gathering overhead. Between the SD and HD on the distract you, there's a lot more are treated in the cloud. Kind of complex in their structure actually, and like the composed of particle effects and everything. Combination of different types of things with variance across the sky.
Seems like the rain effect is getting more increased on this area as well, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of rain, and in fact there's a second type of rain, which is kind of a big falling sheet. So the more objects we have, the richer the scene feels. But then a really large thing like the rock begins to feel flat if it's not parallaxing. It's you know, doesn't necessarily look like it has to have a lot of like Z depth that you would visually see as parallaxing, but it does come towards you to some degree. So if I didn't break it up into pieces, it would feel flat. And then there's the issue of, you know, how many pieces does it need to be? Just two? Well, now it looks like a rock with two parts to it, but that's not what this is. It's not a rock with a front part and a back part. It is really just one part visually. So the only way to really like convincingly make it parallax is to break it into enough subdivisions that you kind of don't notice how many there are. So there are probably like 4 or 5 different parts. Yeah, this is the one case where we really redesigned the castle. I guess, this case where unique characteristic of being one that you run through. Usually you get to the castle and it's like a large illustration in the background, but this castle is like in the unique view. I mean, if the clues are in the puzzle painting for this motif board. I like this building facade. I guess there's sort of a carnival. So World 6 doesn't have the most change. Red, like in a kind of desat. This was an opportunity to brought closer to
Icing
light and kind of. I mean, it's definitely been interesting overall to revisit Braid and look through all the old art and element, you know, if I found it. So, because like what I'm working on now, so, and it's totally closer to things I can about that, on that vision. over here on the right.
Okay, so you added a ton of these statues here, right?
Yeah, so it was a good, this to put in, and that sense of distance and
Okay, so
move is stronger than ever. The city is farther away, and there's all this empty space, so it was a good opportunity to put in some castle approach distance. Usually we collect or distract a whole lot. It's like the priest, underwear and undershirt, looking by others.
talk to me about laying out the
The first thing that jumps out to me here, style of planet glow, is casting on the slowdown ring is the central new time games like on that first went in the game. You just on the kind of more all about the new part.
Programming World 4 so that these clouds would simulated time matches the real time measured by the clock on your wall. If the game is displaying at 60 frames per second, then each frame should represent 1/60th of a second of simulation time. Braid plays around with time very heavily though, especially on this world. Through World 4, we use the player's speed at the start of the frame to determine how much time should. I wanted World 4 of time for the world. We tease of what a computer did at time, so we're using 1 if sum of all the delta t's. Because we just multiply v times f every step, this is an infinite amount of distances traversed. To get the sum total of an infinite number of time steps, we just divide delta x0 by 1 minus v times f. In this world, time moves as you move. You move to the right, time goes forward. You move to the left, time goes backward. Usually, so the platform fast right with interest is moving so your action and a surf happen moving the level path. Once I had decided on the basic code, development time, actually playing the game, I felt it just wouldn't be very. All the levels would just be about bouncing off and the dynamics of that world, multiple histories computed during development time. Those backward from moment to moment, but when implemented, does involve simulating markers where it hit the floor, space near the ledge, backward, and if he hits a marker, we make something special happen. Here are the board. Small in on the key effect. In other words, the is what monster into the air extremely in any word. Example some pillow to a lot. Make that so.
Is your just quick technical procedural thing. Is your method that the programmer art and the final art produced by the artist is a drop-in replacement, literally?
Oh no, not at all.
Oh, so it's you had to reprogram.
I had to do a lot of extra programming, and so the game was totally working. For example, without any kind of parallax scrolling in the background, it was 1-to-1,
Right.
and just going from that to the parallax version with all these particle systems and stuff was a bunch of extra programming.
Yeah.
And we sort of did that over time as David did the art.
Yeah, that part I understand, but I mean, you didn't produce placeholder art for the parallax scrolling, right? So there couldn't be a drop-in replacement.
Yeah. Well, even so with these chandeliers, for example, we were working out the system by which we represent all these graphics in the game. And what I did was, David has like a Photoshop file. He's drawing the things in Photoshop. The way Photoshop works is there's a bunch of layers, right? And you can enable and disable visibility on them and all
I've been
these
using
things.
it since 1990.
Yep. And so we had this exporter. So rather than exporting bitmaps to some other format, right, we have an exporter that looks at the Photoshop file, looks at the layers, right, finds the sort of the bounding box of what pixels are set in that layer, possibly chops it into smaller pieces, both because there was a maximum texture size in those days, right, which is variable based on platform, but we could be like, well, we don't want any pieces to be bigger than 256 pixels wide or something.
Why is it like a 2D platformer from like, because there are many things you could have done. You could have done something more like a top-down sort of thing, or you could have decided it should have been in 3D, or you could have. So there was something that made you pick that. Was that just, hey, a random first guess and then it stuck, or were you like, there's a reason?
There are two reasons, two lines of reasoning that came together. One was, hey, when I first went into games industry, didn't even feel like the industry at the time, but doing this bolt action stuff, we did some really hard, challenging thing, and we only had 2 programmers. Like, imagine anyone in the year 2022 saying, I've got a 2-person programming team. We're going to build our own game engine that doesn't even use the graphics API, and it's going to be drop in, drop out, client server, narrow bandwidth action game, and we're going to make it in like a year or 2 years. It's like nobody these days would even try that, and like we somehow did it without even being in games.
Right. So I get getting 3D out of the mix, but now there are many different types of 2D games. There's top down, there's isometric, there's
let me go back to that for a second, right? Because so like I said, I'd had a hard time firstly with bolt action, but we made a game. We made several iterations of it. It shipped to people.
Yes.
It was grueling, but we did it. And we were poor all the time and all that. After that, like I said, I was kind of burned out. I worked on other projects like Gallstaff, and there was probably other 3D stuff before Gallstaff. And like everything I did was trying to be 3D in some way. The air guitar game was trying to parse 3D space, right?
Yes.
Like that's even harder.
Yeah.
I definitely noticed the pattern. And so Happy Cake, for example, as we discussed, was completed.
Also
and
3D.
3D. It was a lot of work. We got it done, but also the delta between that and a game that I would have liked was like still pretty big, right? And so I had a good taste for how hard 3D was. I knew that I could do it, but I also knew that it was going to take a lot of time and energy to do it, both technically, firstly, but also in terms of design. Just getting things to feel good in 3D is harder.
Yeah.
Solving issues like, oh, there's just visibility problems here, or collision doesn't feel good, or whatever it is. Those are all easier just from a design standpoint in 2D than 3D.
I see.
Right? And so what I was saying to myself was, I would have envisioned that I would have done a big, groundbreaking, meaningful game. I was about to say important, but I don't know what important means, and I don't think I would have said it that way. But like, I wanted to really make my contribution to games, and I hadn't made a game that was like that yet.
Okay.
Right? Even so Happy Cake didn't ship to anybody. The bolt action game was played by a 3 or 4 digit number of people.
Right.
And then didn't continue after that.
Right.
So it's like, when am I going to do this thing? And what do I do to maximize the probability that this time this project succeeds, right? And there were many things. I was like, it's time to get serious and stop
Okay.
playing around on all these little projects. Now, we've talked through a lot of the consulting that I did. We talked through a few of the projects that I did, but like there were a lot of little projects. And when we skimmed over like Game Developer Magazine, right? I
Right.
did that for like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like 20 to 30 little projects.
Yeah, yeah.
That whole thing.
Yeah.
It was nuts.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, let's stop messing around and make a game that's really good. So firstly, eliminate technical challenge and design challenge by being 2D. On the Xbox 360, it was really slow to load things off the so-called disc because it, as an Xbox Live Arcade, this was a thing that was different for Xbox Live Arcade than the rest of it. They had some like extra compressed package format that was, I think, only originally meant for save games or maybe patches. So it had extra security or something. But then the way Xbox Live Arcade was implemented, all data came from that. But the point being, loading or maybe patches. So it had extra security or something. But then the way Xbox Live Arcade was implemented, all data came from that. But the point being, loading data once you were running was way slower than it was for like a AAA game that you bought from the store. And so my approach on that platform was, we simply don't load anything after startup. And so the songs were compressed, OGG format, but I would keep the whole thing resident in memory and then uncompress pages as I play them. And then the absurd thing is graphics were compressed. So on GPUs, even back then, you had a set of texture formats that the GPU is fast at decompressing. That's substantially smaller than the uncompressed bitmap would be, but because it has to be fast for the GPU to use, is also not like seriously compressed, right? So the compression ratio is not great. It might be like 6:1. Whereas JPEG might give you like 20, 30:1,
Depending on how much loss you're willing to tolerate. Yeah.
Yes. As it happened, like 4:1 or 6:1 was not enough to fit the whole game, but 20:1 was. So the ridiculous thing that I did for the 360,
You brought it into JPEGs and then
all the bitmaps are in memory as JPEGs. And then when you use them on the GPU, I uncompress them to completely uncompress. Because recompressing them to GPU formats takes time too.
Yeah.
And if you're doing it as you load the level, I don't want to do that. So it actually takes more RAM on the GPU than it should by a lot because I'm trying to fit everything into memory the whole time. So that was fun. Here is a simpler version of the Mimic distraction puzzle. I did think of this form of puzzle when designing the original game, but I felt it would be too easy to solve accidentally, or even when solving deliberately, it just wouldn't feel as strong. The aspect of the final design of having to enter a long passage from both sides necessitates more premeditation, and it just feels better to me. But that final design requires special programming to get the rabbit not to leave its area, because if he did go out from beneath the overhang, you could easily just jump on him and kill him. That is to say, this rabbit does not behave quite like the other ones, and the only reason for that is to implement this puzzle. Some designers would consider this a hack that acts as a mild blemish on the game. Here, to prevent the rabbit from being killed, we make the player climb up into a restricted area from which the rabbit cannot leave and cannot be attacked from above. Thus, no special programming hack is required. This initial cliff on the left is here because the rabbit chases you very slowly when you are far away. So, if you were able to wake him up and then walk to the left side of the level, you could coax him to walk all the way over to the left. Then you could successfully race to the ladder and win without using the parallel universe at all. Because that would break the puzzle, we prevent it. Today, with much more design experience, do I like this version of the puzzle better? Probably, as I'm more of a purist about these weird hacks. But there's still something enticing about the symmetry of you and your shadow entering a tunnel from opposite sides, having the rabbit chase you in opposite directions. I wonder if, by working on this further, I could come up with an even better version of this puzzle that retains that symmetry.
Movement Amplified. Is that another novel title? Or
No, I mean,
it makes sense in this level.
it was where this came from was
It includes wonderful moments, but your speed's right
and
physics not really
Sure.
way up things.
Braid's visuals are very, very deeply. That was one of the basic and so forth of every heat particle stored as particles for a short. This function then gets called every. But under the Roy inf wouldn't know how to recreate it in him. You to ensure the particle is created, we get its random size, color, and so forth from a number generator time. But if we take the owner function, no matter random if you seed them too often. And I did have this problem for each particle puts more demands on the random number generator. Low-quality generators can easily look less random if you seed them too often. And I did have this problem initially. Even higher quality generators can produce artifacted results if you seed with low integers, for example. But there are some simple strategies to just mix the numbers up a little to generate a higher seed value that is still deterministic. In order to make this per particle seeding work, we need an easy way to compute each particle's ID. Since each frame, one thing we do know is what time it is. We build the system so that the time allows us to uniquely identify a particle. For this to work, we take another unusual step, designing the emitters so that each one holds a fixed number of particles only. For example, if an emitter emits 1 particle per second and holds 10 particles, then each particle has a lifespan of 10 seconds. If the current game time is 35 seconds, then the 10 particles in the buffer will be particles number 26, 27, 28, and so on up to 35. These indices correspond to the spawn time of each particle, and thus they uniquely identify each particle. Now if we render a frame at 36 seconds, we will have particle 27, 28, 29, and so on up to 36. And these will all be the same ones as the previous list, except we dropped 26 off the front and added 36 to the back. This strange setup allows us to pick any number whatsoever for the current time. And then we know what particle numbers exist at that time, which means we know how to seed the generator, which means we know what all the particles look like exactly, even if we decide that this frame should be time equals 1 million seconds, and next frame should be time equals minus 1 billion seconds. So all particles have fixed lifetimes. But if we want to give them the appearance of variable lifetimes, we just fade them out faster or slower and just don't draw particles that have faded out all the way. But these particles do still functionally exist. So far, we've just been discussing the creation of the particles. But after they're created, we need to run that simulation function to evolve them over time. How do we do that? In principle, we could just do the classical particle thing and run small simulation time steps for each particle until we get them to the current time. But Because we're recreating the particles each frame, and our particle buffer holds particles of a range of ages, and some of them might be very old, we have to watch out because each frame we might be simulating way too many time steps and our game could run very slow. You might start thinking, hey, when you're going forward in time normally, you just save the data from the previous frame and you only need to run one time step. You only need to do this complicated, slow computation when going backward in time. Lots of computer science papers encourage this kind of strategy, but it's a bad way to think for interactive programs if you have any alternative. We want rewinding to be natural as walking. In fact, walking is rewinding in World 4. Either we can maintain a solid frame rate when rewinding, or we can't. If we can, then whatever we're doing for rewinding works for going forward too. If we can't maintain that solid frame rate when rewinding, well, that seriously damages the solid feelingness of the game, and we should work hard to change this. So I didn't want to consider some incremental system that has these kinds of problems. I wanted a flat system that would run at the same frame rate always. You might think about reducing the CPU load from the lazy approach by combining many simulation time steps into one so that you're just simulating one step representing a larger duration of time. Or you might try running many small steps but with a simplified function that's cheaper to run. But these approaches would not result in perfect visual reproduction of the particles, and in World 4, this could even result in large, objectionable discontinuities while walking, since you can walk left from a frame that you just simulated a moment ago to a frame where you were 5 minutes ago, and these need to line up seamlessly. In general, video game physics gives you different results when you simulate things for bigger or smaller time steps, and games that are carefully crafted might employ a variety of techniques to deal with this problem. So if your particles are doing normal physics, you can't cut corners, you just have to do a lot of computation. However, the particles in Braid don't affect gameplay in any way, they're just cosmetic. So we really have a lot of freedom about what the particle simulation function is. Rather than simulating exact physics that could cause problems for us, like the aforementioned air resistance, we can do simpler things that can be expressed in closed form. For example, a parameter like, this particle slows down by 1 meter per second every second. This seems kind of physicsy, but it's frame rate independent, so you can take arbitrarily big time steps. This specific idea of constant deceleration has disadvantages, since if you let the particle live long enough, it will slow down, stop, and reverse direction, which is probably not what you want. But just don't let it live that long, or reduce the slowdown rate. Closed form means we can express the entire evolution of the particle in one short mathematical function, regardless of the amount of time we're simulating it for, and we always get the exact answer. Combined with the deterministically seeded spawning, this gives us the ability to reproduce the state of any particle at any time without storing any per particle data at all. This is how most of the particles work in Braid. Each particle is recreated from scratch and simulated to the current time, every single frame, whether we are going forward or backward. The particles don't really exist at all between frames, as we don't keep their data at all. I said that most particles in Braid are handled in a fully deterministic way, where they're regenerated every frame, and apart from that, mostly don't exist. But when I got to World 6, I needed something else. I wanted particles that helped clearly illustrate the slowdown effect of the ring. But the ring is under your control. You can take and drop it any time. So if it slows down the particles, there's no way to represent those particles' positions across time in closed form, which means we'd need some kind of storage for them. On the other hand, if the ring doesn't slow down the particles, that makes the game weaker. So I wanted to come up with a solution for this. So I bit the bullet and stored the positions for some particles only. For World 6, I introduced a new kind of particle emitter called the Rainmaker, which drops the snowflakes that make the most prominent motion. Yes, the Rainmaker drops snow. It used to be rain, but we often don't rename our entities when the cosmetics of the game change. In the Anniversary Edition, we sometimes use Rainmakers to generate additional animated clouds. Because these clouds have a lot of motion, we want them to be slowed by the ring as well. The Rainmaker has a loop that saves out the positions of these particles in a tightly packed, efficient manner, and it also saves out the position of the ring over time, so that we don't have to save out the particle positions every frame. We just simulate the particles forward for some limited number of ring positions, so that we don't spend too much CPU doing this. After a certain amount of time has passed, we record new Rainmaker information with new positions for every particle. If you're familiar with video encoding, it's like storing iframes, which record a full frame of video, and then p-frames, which are just smaller changes from the previous frame. To reconstruct the current state, you just go to the closest previous iframe and then simulate a small number of p-frames. Besides packing the snowflakes efficiently, we just make sure there aren't too many to begin with. We just want to use them to visualize slowdown, so they're distributed through the space enough that we get a moderate density of them everywhere, but we don't rely on them for the most compelling visuals. Behind the snowflakes, we still have lots and lots of normal braid particles whose positions are not recorded, so they can't be slowed down. But the art style of World 6 is tuned so that these particles are subtler than they may be in other worlds, and they move more slowly, so you don't really notice that they're not affected by the ring. The snowflakes tend to be much louder in the player's attention. Sometimes we do add particles that move a bit faster, but these tend to be placed far enough from any potential ring drop points that the lack of slowdown is not too noticeable. By doing all this, we are able to achieve our goal. Note that this was a hybrid of technical solution with purposeful art direction. A lot of the best problem solving in games happens as a fusion of multiple disciplines. It's a good idea to always view your problems in a holistic way in order to help see how to bring the different disciplines to bear. So, winding time. How big you can wind those fit be a character more less you between and where Super Mario. The reason arrow natural also an arrow we Mario definitely head.
You said that in this game, the jumps are much shorter than Mario jumps.
Yes.
And that is not an accident, apparently. So why is this the case?
Lots of reasons. So it's over-determined, as we say, which means that even if you got rid of some of these, it would still be correct for the rest of them.
Okay, so you really, really in Braid, for many reasons, want
Yes,
these jumps to be
I will
short.
start listing reasons.
Okay. As part of the framing, could you also say, how did this come about? Like, did you just throw in a value at first and then it got refined over time, or like is there any also like procedural aspect?
Yeah.
You just not really remember?
Well, so to lay down the ideas,
Yeah.
there's this initial fundamental question,
Yeah,
which is, how does jumping even work mechanically?
yeah,
Do you press the button and just a jump goes?
right,
Or do you hold the button and you like jump higher
right,
as long as you hold it? Which is how Super Mario Brothers works,
Right.
and
right.
was considered to be an innovation at that time that made it a lot more friendly and playable. Like if you go back and play like Lode Runner or whatever, I think Lode Runner had jumping, but whatever, you know, all these old
Well,
platformer games that had jumping.
Even Donkey Kong, I think it just goes a prescribed height.
Yes.
There's no. Is there air control in Donkey Kong? There might not
A
be air
little
control,
bit,
but I don't
maybe,
remember.
but
It might just be either you jump up or you jump sideways. I'm not sure, but it only
Yeah.
always went the same height.
But jumping was very limited for a long time. And so the Super Mario Brothers jump is both much more controllable, both in terms of like holding the button
yeah,
to control height and air control.
Yes.
Right. And it's also just really big. Like it goes up a large portion of the screen,
yes,
which is good if you want to give players a lot of freedom about where to go or what
Mhm.
to try. All
Mhm.
these are good things.
Mhm.
And the more control you give them over the jump, the more they have like recovery from slightly not doing the right thing,
right.
which means your levels can actually be harder and people can deal with them. Like you can throw more at them and people can deal with them. So these are
Yeah.
all good design decisions in the context of that game.
right.
Now, again, the problem is people look at that and say, oh, therefore, these are good design decisions, period.
right, right,
And that is not how it works.
Right.
Right. So, okay, Braid, different game.
right,
Firstly, I wanted the base rule set to be simple.
right,
I didn't want you to be solving a lot of puzzles with the base rule set
right,
because then we're taking up space that would be used by the time stuff or just muddying it.
Right.
Like there are a lot of things in Braid which are of the form, here's a gap that's too wide to jump.
Right.
Clearly you need to get across it.
Right.
How do you do that?
Right.
And that's already kind of an ambiguous situation. Like if you throw that at a player, they're going to try to jump across the gap a little bit, even if it's way too far, right? So that's problem number one.
Especially if they have rewind, right?
Now, if you give them a tool whereby by holding the button more or less, they can jump further or less far, that makes all of those situations both harder for you to design because you have to make it so that the really far jump not only can't cross the gap, but obviously can't cross the gap because it has to be clear to people that they shouldn't be trying to do that. Right. And you're muddying the situation for the player because any situation they're in, they're like, what are the tools that I have to solve this puzzle with? And one of the tools is always going to be the jump button. And that's true in Braid too, but the jump button in Braid does one very simple, well-defined thing. And the less simple and the less well-defined it is, just the less clear in any context that it is to the player whether it's part of the right answer. That's like how you figure out puzzles is you maybe put forth propositions in some way, like maybe it's this.
Right.
Maybe it's that. And some of those you can discount right away. Like, oh yeah, clearly no, because I can't jump that. Put forth. And the less clear you make that, the harder you make the general puzzle solving process across the entire game, right? So for example, also, there's a little bit of momentum on the Braid character movement. There's some speed up and there's a much faster like slow down to stop because you don't want to feel like you're skidding on ice all the time, right? Having no momentum feels really bad. It feels like a crappy indie game, right? Having a lot of momentum, it starts to be a factor in puzzle solving. Like if I already start running before I throw the switch, I can get to the target place sooner than if I throw the switch and then start running. And that's the kind of thing, I don't want that in the solution space of this game ever. I don't want a puzzle where you solve it by already being running when you throw the switch, because that's not about time. That's about like your running mechanics, right? And so all of the design of the player mechanics was about this, right? It was about pre-curating it. Before I even know what all the puzzles are going to be exactly, it's about pre-curating it to be simple and not to cause problems. Okay, that's number one.
Right. And so basically all of that stuff you just said, it's very clear. It's like, okay, in Braid, the goal is not really to replicate any of the gameplay from Super Mario Brothers. Super Mario Brothers is about doing these action puzzle sequences where giving players really interesting controls is part of creating the richness of that space.
Yes.
In Braid, the idea is you're supposed to be logically kind of like figuring out what is the correct sequence of events here, not sitting around spending a lot of time figuring out just how to do the air control to like go up through the thing or something like that. So these design decisions are basically have to be different in Braid because the type of thing the player is supposed to be doing is just drastically different.
Yeah, and like the conceptual focus of the game is in a totally different place, right? And you need, as a designer, to be maintaining that at all times.
Okay.
Having 6 monsters in that level is just an arbitrary number.
It was just the amount that felt good. Like, if you have 3, that's not very much. You're not really hunting that many monsters. Like the original idea, like the trick of the level even came a little bit after the initial idea. The initial idea was just like, how do I make an interesting level where you have something to do? Okay, go squish a bunch of monsters, right? And then I was like, okay, how do I make this more challenging? Or how do I make this something less stupid than the obvious thing? And that's when I came up with the trick for the level. But yeah, why 6? I mean, there aren't a lot more than 6. Like, I'm pretty sure there's one on every platform, right? So on the bottom floor, there's one, the player you come in. And then there's 2 up from that, because there's the monster that you have to keep alive. And then to the left of that, there's like just one occupying that platform. And then there's a platform above that with one that you were bumping your head with.
Yeah.
And then in the upper right, there's one. And then on top. So really the answer is there's one per platform. And so then the question is, could you have less than that? Like, could you have fewer platforms or something? And the answer is the minimal number of monsters to have this level exist is like 2. There's like the one that's the trick that you bounce off, and then one at the top that you have to get to, right? That's obvious though, because like there's not any other way to get up there if you don't bounce off that guy. So it's a kind of camouflage, but it's actually even a little bit different than that. There's a thing that I do a lot in the game where I lull people into doing the wrong thing by suggesting that they do something. That something that I'm suggesting is wrong. And if you're really sharp and like plugged in, you might even realize that it's wrong before you do it. But usually people don't, right? In this case, what I'm doing is suggesting that people should be stomping on monsters, because there's a freaking HUD telling them to do that, right? And then secondly, because what else are you going to do if you like walk in the level and there's a ground floor with obviously nothing going on? I don't need this monster to get anywhere because there's a ladder going up, so I could just squish him, right? And you get in the mood to squish all the monsters. And so I'm sort of setting people up, right? And you need a certain number to set people up, but if there's too many, then it's too many, you know? On these hunt levels, having a HUD like this is just the kind of weird idea that could happen when you're sitting down to make a game and don't know what it is yet. What are some fun things I could do in a game with Rewind? Well, what if there are some monsters and you have to kill all of them for some reason to unlock a gate, and then this is challenging in some way and you can rewind when you get it wrong? At the time this idea was formed, there was not that much else in the game yet, but as I continued designing, I found I was able to generate a lot of interesting situations just using the rules of time behavior with the basic objects in the game, like the monster, the claw, and so forth. And that's good, because introducing special objectives like hunt that don't have anything to do with the way time behaves is pretty messy design-wise, because why add more ideas than you need? And it dilutes the strength of the game. Because if the game is supposed to be about manipulating time, what are all these ideas that are not really about time at all? I gravitated toward the cleaner, better kind of design as I proceeded, and the game became clearly structured as a set of worlds where rules are consistent across each world. So, whereas these hunt levels seemed fine in the beginning, in the final game, they're pretty weird. If I had been exercising a great deal of design discipline, I might have removed the hunt levels completely. But I didn't, because I like them, and I like the little spark of random creativity that they represented. Also, the reprise of Hunt in World 4 brings an elaboration that is really unique and interesting, and is very much about the rules of time, which makes it a great contribution to the core of the game. I think it is one of the best levels in the game. If I had never come up with a World 4 Hunt idea, and it had just been the World 2 version, I would have been much more likely to cut it from the game, but the full set of level and reprise was just too good. But I did take steps to further integrate the monster hunting and make it seem less arbitrary. In early versions of the game, there was just the HUD with no gate or puzzle piece, and when you hunted down all the monsters, it would just let you go to the next level. But to make the activity seem more like something happening in the world that's consistent with the rest of the game, and not just a constraint imposed by some immaterial HUD, I made a type of gate that was activated by monsters instead of keys, and the monsters are drawn on the gate too and get crossed off every time you kill them. Once this was in, It was kind of redundant to show the monster tally both on the gate and the HUD, but the gate is pretty small, so it helps to have the HUD remain as a bigger display that's easier to read. And also, yeah, I still like this idea of having a weird, quirky, mission-based HUD popping up. I didn't want to get rid of it. It was charming. Even though the gate kind of integrates the monster hunting idea with the world, from a game design standpoint, it is still weird to have a specific kind of gate that only shows up in one level. It's even weirder than having the HUD. At least the layer levels also have a HUD, but no other level in the game has a monster counting gate. If I were to redesign this level, it's even weirder than having the HUD. At least the layer levels also have a HUD, but no other level in the game has a monster counting gate. If I were to redesign this level to try to be more consistent with the rest of the game, I would maybe just give each monster a key and there would be 6 gates at the top of the level and you have to open them all. They would be normal gates, not weird monster counting gates. This would avoid any necessity to have to count monsters in an artificial way, but it is likely to make the World 4 reprise messier and ruin the unrewindable key surprise in Fickle Companion, so ultimately I decided not to do this, even as a gameplay experiment in the Anniversary Edition. A multi-key version of this level would open up the question of what happens when you try to carry more than one key, which otherwise did not come up until much later in the final game. Braid's startup behavior was unusual at the time, and remains so even today. When Braid starts up, it drops you straight into gameplay, in a level which also serves as the title screen, but is playable. Then, as now, most video games displayed one or more splash screens presenting developer or publisher logos. Then they take you to a main menu where you can choose to start a game. Then maybe you get to pick some options, and this is often pointless because you don't really know what to pick because you haven't played the game yet, so you don't really know what the options are going to do. Then you pick a save slot, and so forth. Why are you making me choose a save slot when the 3 choices are all the same because they're all empty and this is the first time I ever started the game? Someday, eventually, the game might actually let you play it. I strongly disliked splash screens because I feel they damage the posture of the game as a thing meant to give good things to the player. The reasons for this can get complicated, so here's a separate explanation over here. But just from a basic standpoint of craft, trying to make the best game I could, I found all this other game launching bureaucracy very distasteful. The annoying menus had grown over time. Arcade games of the 1980s didn't have any of this. You just put in your quarter and press start. So I wanted to do my part to push back against that trend. But also, I wanted this game to have a strong focus, to feel like a carefully crafted, harmonious work, and this meant removing complications that would dilute or occlude the main experience. I wanted people to experience the heart of the game, the best that the game really had to give, not video game-like trappings like menus and splash screens. So my plan was, when you start the game, whether on PC or console, you're just in the game right away and you can start walking around. There were some design considerations. You would need to launch into a known safe place with no timed challenges or penalties in case you launched the game and went to grab a snack. But I felt that launching to an interactive title screen, which you could play immediately, was the best. And that's how it is today. I dislike video game splash screens very strongly that have flying developer logos and whatnot, and did not want one on Braid. When you're programming the game, it's easy enough just to not add such a screen, but sometimes publishers or development partners who might port the game to other platforms expect to put their own splash screen on. So every time we signed a contract, I made sure there was a no splash screen clause in there. Why do I dislike splash screens so much? Well, when designing Braid, I was working hard to give the very best experience to the player that I could, and splash screens do the opposite. They try to extract resources from the player because they're saying, hey player, while I have you captive here as the game starts up, I'm going to advertise to you to attempt to implant the name and logo of my company into your brain. We know what the player wants to do. He just wants to play the game, but we're not letting him do that yet because our advertisement comes first, even though he already paid for the game. This starts the whole relationship on poor footing, but it's even worse because any attempt the game makes to approach any deep themes, to attempt to do anything meaningful, is going to ring at least a little bit hollow because we made the game itself subservient to an advertisement. So the game can't really be that important. The splash screen disrespects the game that comes after it, and it disrespects video games as an art form. It says, this so-called art form is really just a vehicle for companies that want to make money. Since one of my priorities in making Braid was to show that games can be treated as an artistic medium without reservation, I was very sensitive to this kind of issue. Now, hey, I admit that I feel more strongly about this than just about anyone, in such a way that most people probably don't even know what I'm talking about here. People might say, oh, the screen just lasts a few seconds, then it's gone. Then the player can have a very strong experience with your game and they'll forget about that screen. Well, if it's so unimportant, why don't we just not do them? Why are publishers so insistent on putting their company logo up? Why do game engines now insist on putting their logo up? I believe that any developer who cares deeply about their game and the way the game is experienced should grate at the appearance of such a screen. But today, almost all developers put these screens on their games without even thinking. Their game and the way the game is experienced should grate at the appearance of such a screen. But today, almost all developers put these screens on their games without even thinking. This shows how messed up our collective judgment is societally, in my opinion. Even if you don't agree with my rather strong stance on this subject, it should be clear that, at best, these screens just slow down loading and add another layer of bureaucracy before the player can get into the game. All for something that players don't even want and don't care about. It's
Yep.
not an action game.
Right.